There's some activity in his garage. Is there?
Garage. Do you want to switch spots with him? Put him down again and put David in. I have this open.
Can I leave this thing out?
Seven 15. Zoning, calling the meeting to order. 7:15, the zoning board of appeals.
Thank you.
Members in attendance tonight,
Charlie.
Charlie Wickus, sorry Charlie,
That's okay.
David Femia, Christina Pedoni, Raj Kumar, and David Cronin.
Daniel.
Daniel Cronin, not David. First item on the agenda this evening is the public hearing of Franklin and Margaret Wolvington?
Wolverton.
Pension for special permit for 96 Malden Street. 69 Malden Street. It's one of those days, everyone. I'm guessing you are,
I am Frank Wolverton.
Public meeting. Need this. Shall I need to read?
Shall we proceed?
The Zoning Board of Appeals will hold a public hearing at the West Boylston Town Offices, 140 Worcester Street, West Boylston, Mass., on Thursday, January 28, 2016, at 7:15, to act on the petition of Franklin B. and Margaret F. Wolverton, 548 Pleasant Street, Leicester, Mass., for a special permit for an accessory apartment with a kitchen and bedroom which will occupy their son and his wife will occupy the main portion of the house and convert an existing den to a second kitchen at 69 Malden Street, West Boylston, Mass. Record title stands in the name of Alan K. Peak and Allison Pierce Peak, 69 Malden Street, West Boylston, Mass. Copies of the petition are on file in the office of the Town Clerk, 140 West Worcester Street. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing.
all right. Please state your name.
Franklin Wolverton. And my wife
Margaret Wolverton.
Wolverton and our son Glenn.
So I'm just gonna ask you, so you're just asking for a special permit to create an accessory apartment. There's not already one there, there's not a kitchen there, you're actually gonna plan on building one.
The building does, creating this accessory apartment does not require any construction or remodeling. It's just a repurposing of the rooms in the house, if I may explain. This board gives a, I don't know how I can be not be in anybody's way here, plan of the first floor of 69 Malden Street. The existing kitchen, dining, and master bedroom are the area that we're planning to call the accessory apartment. Then the remainder of the first floor and the entire second floor then would be the main part of the house that would be occupied by my son Glenn and his wife Nina. So the accessory apartment then is that left-hand side, which is kitchen, dining area. It's rather self-contained. Kitchen, dining area, laundry, the bedroom, full bath. We're going to convert a small closet to a half bath, and there's another closet here, a hall closet. But basically, it's one bedroom is required for the accessory apartment, and the whole thing exists within the 700-foot limit for an accessory apartment. Does not require any, the change that's required to the house then is that if we can then get permission to have that named as an accessory apartment, then my son and his wife would convert the den over here to a second kitchen. Otherwise, since this is one family, single family zoning, we could not have a second kitchen unless we had the accessory apartment designation. That's the main reason for having that designation.
Questions?
So basically, the second kitchen doesn't exist yet.
The second kitchen does not exist yet. Son's been talking to a contractor about converting the den to a second kitchen.
Do you have any questions?
You have enough parking? How many parkings?
Okay, on the issue of parking, this is a drawing that's on file at the Registry of Deeds from previous activity that had taken place there. But fortunately, it happens to show up in the corner here, the house at 69 Malden and the drive. The drive is fairly long with a turnaround and with a two-car garage. So with that much drive space and the two-car garage, we would have 4 vehicles, but have plenty of room for them for off-street parking. Does that address your concern?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to tell you, I wish other people would bring charts and graphs that big to meetings, but
There is, one other concern was the septic tank.
Say again, please.
Septic tank,
The septic. The septic needs to undergo a Title V upgrade, and that is being contracted. The plan has been done by the,
well, wait a minute, so I'll open it up for public comment, just 1 second, sorry. Finish what you were gonna say, sorry.
okay. Actually, it would be better to let the gentleman who's here speak to it, since he,
My name's Alan Peake, I'm the current owner of the property.
okay.
So,
Hold on.
okay,
You're not the owners of the property?
We are prospective buyers. We have a purchase and sale.
Yeah,
I have copies of the purchase and
Yeah.
sale, if you'd like that for reference. We are to close on, currently to close on February 12th. Not sure whether that date's going to stick or
I
not.
don't think that'll hold.
Different issue.
That's a
Different issue, but currently we are scheduled to close on February 12th.
come on up, state your name and your address, and
Sure. So, my name's Alan Peake, I'm one of the owners of record. My ex-wife Alison Pierce Peake can't be here tonight, but she's in agreement with everything. As Frank said, we have an executed purchase and sale. However, in trying to sell the property, failed Title V. So I've now got a tentative plan before the Board of Health for a 5-bedroom septic system. And I'm trying to get that approved, hopefully by Monday, and then I get a contractor to install it, hopefully by February 12th. I think we could possibly push the close because of your financing, but that will all be taken care of before the close.
Now, did you say you were waiting for it to be approved? I thought it had been approved.
But so it was approved pending change, there was a change that you put forward.
That's
Alright,
not
so
actually going to
just-
be a design change,
so
so I
just-
don't think
just
that's
one-
going to affect it.
1 second.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, sorry. All right, do you wanna just grab a seat and you can sit right next to,
Thank you for accepting this rather unusual situation.
no, that's fine. Do you have something that you wanted to say? I saw you pointing at me.
This gentleman is the chair of the Board of Health.
you know.
We have before us
the septic plans and the revised septic plans for 69 Malden Street. They have been reviewed by our engineer, and they meet all the requirements of Title V, and it's designed for 5-bedroom. Although it is unlikely that will be approved, as we don't have a meeting scheduled for another 2 weeks. But I have no doubt that it will be approved, as our engineer has reviewed the plans and that. So that's the situation on the septic.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Burrell, Mr. Peak said that, that he wants to try to get this, the septic system, into place. So does he have to wait till your board signs, or can he get a contractor to start doing the work?
He could probably start doing the work, but he's at risk if my board doesn't approve it. But I don't see why my board wouldn't approve it. I just not gonna get a meeting together. We got the plans a couple days ago, so it's just a matter of, it's a formality at this point. I don't see a real issue or a problem, but.
Well, he's not the owner, don't we have to just, don't we have to just postpone it?
He's the owner.
I'm the owner, I'm happy.
Okay, but you're not the petitioner.
No, but I signed a form
Yep.
that said I approved the petition to go forward.
So he signed acknowledging the petition and being
Right.
added to the petition. That was one of my questions at the beginning, though.
Well, I wasn't,
All right, so I'm just gonna, does anyone have any more questions for the people that are up here currently? Charlie?
Are you going to will this property to them if something happens to you two? Or, you're getting the family together and they could probably give you a hand at the house and stuff like that? You're not going to turn it into a two-family house and then sell it as a two-family house.
No, we have no intentions of turning it into.
It's going to be a single-family residence.
Right,
And if something happens and he decides that he wants to go to California or something, it becomes a single-family residence after that.
correct.
Okay.
So,
A single-family residence with 2 kitchens, I'm not quite sure what West Boylston does with that.
all right, does anyone else have any other questions? Because I want to open it up for public comment.
Also,
All set? David, are you good? All right, so for public comment, I'm gonna keep it quick. Please come up, state your name, your address, and then ask any questions that you might have. I know the gentleman back, you had raised your hand, so if you wanna go first. I know the rest of you are here for.
I'm David Hennessy, 89 Malden Street, so I'm in a butter. I did have a question, and then I have a comment, and I'll keep it quick. My question is whether there is a separate entrance to the outside from the so-called accessory apartment.
Yes, there is.
All right. This is my comment. Whether it's called an accessory apartment or something else, this essentially, I think, makes this house a 2-family residence. It's not like putting on an additional bathroom. It's not like putting on an additional bedroom. It is going to be the house with 2 kitchens. A day is going to come when this gentleman or someone is going to try and sell this house, and they're not going to be able to do it because someone is not going to buy a house with 2 kitchens unless they have authority to treat the house as a 2-family house. And to do so, I think, would undermine the values of my property, which abuts it, and a number of the properties that are in the area. I don't see any distinction when you get down to the reality of it between what's being proposed here and a 2-family residence. 2 kitchens on the same floor in one house means that it's designed for 2 families, and that's what it is. I'm sorry that I oppose your.
I understand your
but
concern.
I don't see it as anything but a straight two-family house, and if that's really what the need is, then this particular property is not appropriate. I'm sure that down the road, the fact that if there were two kitchens here, it would create a problem in the resale, and this house is gonna become the white elephant. It's the house with two kitchens, unless it's torn out. So, unfortunately, I'm in opposition to the proposal.
Thank you very much for your comment. Is there anyone else? Toby, just as a quick question before she starts speaking, do you have the email? There was a letter sent in from a family.
Yep, that would be in there.
Is this?
Yeah, no, so she's gonna come. So what we do is public comment. She can ask a question, but I run the meeting
I'm sorry.
still
I'm
for a
sorry.
few months. Come forward. Thank you.
My name is Beverly Goodale, and I live at 195 Crescent Street, so I'm a butter as well. And I have to agree with Mr. Hennessy that I'm really skeptical about all this because it is two kitchens. I assume you've got two means of access to get out of, there've got to be two.
Can you
entrances.
show us the other
Yes.
drawing with the second means of egress?
The exterior access for the accessory apartment would be here. The entrance for the main house is here.
So are these totally separate units? Like, where is your living space to go with this? You've got a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Where are you gonna spend the day? I mean,
This is,
you don't
this,
have a living area, like a
The-
family room or a
unfor-
living room or
it-
something.
the fact of the matter is that the bylaws restrict you to 700 square feet. And 700 square feet doesn't give you a lot of living space. And for an accessory apartment, this is 640 square feet, so it just fits within that 700 square feet. If we were to add a living room to that, we would go over the bounds.
So you are going to be confined to those 3 rooms? You can't get into the other part? I mean,
No,
are you going to share other rooms?
there is a doorway here to a stairway to a shared basement where we have workshop and we'll have pool table and ping pong table and that sort of thing, which is a shared area in the basement. And yes, you can get back and forth between the two
So
areas.
you have a means of egress out the front of that house as well as, now where is there's a breezeway or something on that house that connects?
Right here.
So you'll go into
The
the
bre- the-
breezeway, that is the original doorway right now to the house that goes there and into the garage?
Yes. It goes into the garage and then the garage is over here.
So you are gonna share space with the downstairs, so it's got.
In that
more than
sense,
700
yes,
square
yes.
Do you have any comment
Comment?
besides the questions? Do you have any?
No, I say, I feel very strongly that it's gonna be a two-family house, and I live in a single-family residence, and what happens when you go, that is definitely now an apartment thing, and like you said, if somebody else came in there, they're not gonna wanna share the basement with somebody, this is family. I'm opposed as well. I have no qualms about living with your family, I think it's a wonderful idea, but having the 2 separate kitchens and all those bathrooms, it makes a problem. Plus, I wonder at coming for all this, this permit when you don't own the house and the septic is, a question at this point. You think it's gonna go through, but you don't know,
Well,
so,
clearly,
so
it needs a
fails.
board's vote, but my
we don't have
engineers
to-
looked at it, and it meets the code.
All right, so thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. All right, so we do have to read, Mr. Femi is gonna read, we did receive a letter from another family on the street, so,
This one is from Elsie and Roger Wellington, and they live at 66 Malden Street in West Boylston. It says, unfortunately, we cannot attend the January 28th public hearing for the above petition for a special permit to create an accessory apartment in a single-family home at 69 Malden Street, diagonally across the street from us, so we are submitting our comments below. Although this proposal seems to meet most of the requirements of zoning section 3.4 accessory apartments in terms of its square footage and only having one bedroom, the fact that it is so connected to the rest of the house makes it questionable as to whether the apartment is truly subordinate as required. With a large new kitchen serving the main part of the house, could this main part of the house with its many bedrooms eventually become a rooming house with the owners living in the accessory apartment? In addition, we have real concerns about whether the town will enforce the parts of zoning section 3.4 that will come into play later on. For instance, will the town enforce section 3.4E, which clearly states that when a house with accessory apartment is sold, the new owner must reapply for this special permit? This past year, a nearby house with an accessory apartment at 72 Malden Street was for sale, and the realtor's ad said that it contained a fully permitted accessory apartment, never mentioning that the special permit allowing this accessory apartment would expire upon sale of the house. This house sold on December 2nd, 2015. Has a seller, permit holder, notified the building inspector within 30 days of this transfer as required in section 3.4.E. Has the new owner reapplied to the ZBA for this special permit as required? Section 3.4E also requires that the new owner must file on subject property a declaration of covenant at the Registry of Deeds saying that the right to rent an accessory apartment ceases upon transfer of title. A time-stamped copy of the recorded declaration shall be provided to the Board of Appeals. That the ZBA have a copy of this declaration of covenants from when this 72 Malden Street special permit was granted years ago. If it does, you should note that this original special permit was granted by the ZBA even though this accessory apartment has 2 bedrooms. Our zoning section 3.4.C.6 allows only 1 bedroom, and only 1 bedroom was allowed even at the time this special permit was originally granted. Having served on the town's planning board for 15 years, I learned that our zoning is only as good as its enforcement, and unfortunately that often hasn't occurred in the past. For instance, even though we live in a single-family residential zoning district, we have a business, a limo service, operating right next door to us. Zoning section 3.2.E.1 prohibits carriers of passengers for hire in the single residence district, yet the town continues to allow this carrier of passengers for hire to operate in Malden Street single residence district. Needless to say, with this lack of zoning enforcement, we have real concerns about allowing another single-family residence on our street to be granted permission to become a 2-family residence. Thank you for your consideration of our concerns and for all the work you do for our town. I well remember how difficult and time-consuming serving on a town board can be, and very much appreciate the improvements you have brought to the ZBA in recent years. Please feel free to call us if you have any questions.
All right, so on that note, I just want to clarify. We have a zoning enforcement officer who is the building inspector for the town. When something like this occurs, and I will make sure we contact these homeowners, the right avenue to go is to file with the town and have our building inspector go out. That is part of his job. The ZBA is not the enforcement officer. That would be a different role, but these are items we will address, but in this, I just wanted to make sure everyone heard there was another letter submitted. I have room for probably one more public comment. Is there anyone else that is here on this matter? All right, well, I'm gonna close public comment. Does anyone here have any questions? No, go ahead.
As far as the 2 people that are against this, okay, basically it says that the purpose of the accessory apartment bylaw is to protect stability, property values, and the single-family residence character of a neighborhood, okay? So, you're concerned about whether they sell the house, and because it has the 2 kitchens. Well, like I just read, the zoning law says that once this gentleman sells the house and it has an accessory apartment, that permit is null and void. It's not any good. It's gonna be up to the new owner to whether they wanna decide on whether they wanna keep the special permit and keep an accessory apartment, okay? They have to contact the building inspector within 30 days. So, I mean, I can understand your point, but as a member of the ZBA, we have to go by this bylaw. I mean, this was. Okay. All right.
So part of the bylaw also says for older homeowner who can no longer physically or financially maintain their single-family home to remain in their home, they might otherwise be forced to leave. So there's different items that go with just the bylaws as they stand, as we know. I will say, so is the reason you're purchasing this property is to divide this property so that your son and his wife can have their own unit?
The purpose is for us to be living close enough to my son and his wife so that as we get older and are not able to entirely function on our own, that they can help us. That's the purpose.
Charlie, any questions? No?
No, that's
No?
exactly what the
All right.
bylaw.
Can I respond though to what was read by you and the comment that was made? Thank you.
Sure.
As was pointed out, this is not a situation where someone is converting a home in which they live, in which they have lived for a long time, in order to maintain the family unit. This is a situation where a family is moving from out of town, and they have a choice, and they're asking for the variance based on their decision to move into this property, not on their living in the property. So I respectfully think that what was pointed out is not necessarily applicable. I would also point out the permanence of a kitchen, how expensive they are, the changes that need to be made to the home. There are things that can happen between the ownership of this house and the next time the house is sold that will not be, you won't be able to cure the problem or address it. For instance, and I certainly hope it doesn't happen, but if somebody defaulted on the mortgage and the bank takes the place and they're stuck with the house, the bank will have trouble selling the house. They're going to have to sell it at a reduced rate, either for a family to be willing to take it with 2 kitchens or to pay for the cost of removing the kitchen. I see it as an enormous expense, and it's not clear to me why there are not other options that are available. I know that that's not really the issue here, but I don't think that this is a situation that's addressed by what the board has raised here, and so I appreciate the opportunity to address it. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so if there's no more, I'm gonna close it if, so do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second? Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
All right. So you can sit now, sorry. So we're just gonna discuss it. No more questions for you, and thank you.
May I ask a question? It was my understanding that it was possible to get a verbal on what the result from this meeting. Is that still possible?
We're gonna discuss it
Okay,
currently. Wait a minute.
okay.
So if you wanna go back into the audience and sit, and or you can stay up front. God, it's a rough night. Are you ready to vote on it, or do you have some discussion? No discussion? No discussion? Are you gonna, do you have a vote sheet, Toby? Okay. You're gonna write this.
I guess.
Look, no, that's mine. Here's this for. Get rid of this.
Keep these up here.
So,
128, and this is to authorize. Do we need to put the people's name in there? Just put down the address.
I don't think so, right?
As soon as I got the email on it, I authorized myself to the hearing, so everybody went out. That CAIG's Google Maps and Street View.
I did go.
I do that that with any of the emails that we get.
I did look at that.
My opinion, I think they should get it. It's exactly what the bylaw didn't. Yeah, but they got
All right, do you want to read that, and I'll start with
If we look at what the town lawyer said.
Okay, the motion is to authorize a special permit for an accessory apartment located at 69 Malden Street, contingent to the sale of the home and a septic replaced to Franklin and Margaret Wolverton.
I'm gonna start, a vote, Charlie, a vote of yes is you're agreeing for the special permit with the contingent that the house is sold to them, and they would have to produce purchase and sale, finalized, financial approval, and the septic tank being replaced. Is your vote a yes or no?
No.
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 The vote did not pass. The special permit will not be granted.
Thank you. Appreciate you giving us a chance to present our petition.
The next public hearing starts a minute ago. So, Mr. Cronin, thank you very much. I'm gonna have John Benson. So during this time, I'm going to have Mr. Benson, who has arrived. You don't have to leave. Mr. Benson. David, thank you very much. Daniel?
Sign the vote
Yes, you
sheet.
do.
Yeah.
Charlie has it.
The acoustics in here are terrible.
Yeah.
Good job on this. Great on that. Can't read your writing, but it's good. All right, guess what I have to do?
Go on.
So, 7:45, I like to be on time, and I'm 3 minutes behind. Public hearing. Adam, 32, pension for special permit 38 Central Street is T, so. All right. Let's read that one.
Oh, I gotta read it one too.
Charlie,
Where is this?
hold on, Charlie needs to answer his phone.
Where's the other one? Toby, do we have a copy of the other one? I heard it. Nope.
This a separate pile for this
Home office? Yeah.
I'm very sorry. Usually
It's not a big
it's a little
pile.
more contained.
That's okay.
I don't see it.
See what?
I think it's under your stuff.
Thank you. Sorry. I apologize.
Could you do me a favor and shut that door?
This is the first time I've seen it come up.
Okay, the zoning board of appeals will hold a public hearing at the West Boylston Town Offices, 140 Worcester Street, West Boylston, Massachusetts, on Thursday, January 28, 2016, at 7:45 to act on the petition of Edmund Atchu for special permit for construction of a one-room above the two-car garage of a two-family home at 38 Central Street, West Boylston, Mass. Record title stands in the name of Edwin Atchu, 88 Bunker Hill Parkway, West Boylston, Mass. Copies of the petition are on file in the office of Town Clerk, 140 West Street. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing. I assume that you are Mr. Atchu.
Sir,
Yes.
can you state your name for the record?
Edmund H.U.
Okay.
No signs or anything to show?
No. No signs, no, all right. So you're just looking to put a home office over, above the garage?
Yes.
What's it?
Go ahead, sorry. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No,
Now
no,
you've
no, no,
interrupted
no,
me.
no, sorry. Go ahead.
All
Well, I
right,
have a
what's the
question
square,
then.
now you go ahead, your question.
So, accounting, is that,
No. Commercial refrigeration,
Commercial.
air conditioning and heating.
are you gonna have any signs?
No.
So what is the nature of the office going to be? Who do you anticipate coming to this?
I just have a bookkeeper. We don't have walk-in traffic.
So it's not like a shop where people are
It's
gonna
not a
come in and
shop,
buy
no,
stuff, it's just
no.
somewhere to store your paperwork?
It's just
and-
an office to run the business.
So there'd be no clients coming to this office?
No. Very rarely. Maybe once in a while, somebody comes in and wants to buy an air filter or something like that. But 99 out of 100 days, there's nobody.
How do you sell anything? Just a question of.
Well,
Is
we've been in business
online
since,
or-
been in business since 1964, and we've got a clientele that's, we mainly word of mouth. We do advertising and phone book and so forth online.
Where are you currently running this out of?
Well, it's actually, it was 308 West Boylston Street, but the building inspector changed it to 1 Alcazar Ave, which is between Clinton Savings Bank and Kevin's Automotive.
Okay. Don't you have an office there?
Yes, I do.
Are you going to employ any people in this place?
Pardon?
Is there anyone is working in that office? How many people?
I just have the bookkeeper there. In the office that is
Just
existing.
only one?
Just one bookkeeper, yes.
How many people are employed by your business?
I have my bookkeeper, myself, and 3 technicians.
And will you have any stock at your home office that would be sold out of your home? Or is this?
No, no.
How about vehicles? Where would your technicians' vehicles be?
Our vehicles, the technicians take their vehicles home with them.
Okay,
They're not left there overnight. They're, all the technicians are on depending on which week it is, they're on a 24-hour call period. So I have one vehicle that I have as a spare vehicle that will be left on the premises, because what happens is if any one of my other 3 vehicles break down, I'm,
yeah.
out of business, so I have a spare vehicle for them to use while theirs is being repaired.
Okay.
So this is a refrigeration business, right?
Commercial refrigeration, yes.
Do you store any of those
I think you
hazardous substance?
No, all the refrigeration gases and everything are in the trucks.
But the trucks will be there, right? Do you park the trucks in the?
The trucks aren't there, they're on the road all day. And the technicians take the trucks home at night to their home.
So there won't be any trucks parking?
There's only one truck that's parked there.
With the refrigeration, all those units, right?
Yep,
Who lives in this house at 38 Central Street? It's a house?
it's a 2-family,
It's a two-family?
yes,
Okay. And so, on top of the second floor is an attic space?
yes.
And so what you're gonna do is you're gonna convert that attic space?
No. I want to take a 2-car garage, and on the second floor of the 2-car garage, it'll be a 1-room office, approximately 12 by 24.
And there's not gonna be any signs, so no one will know that,
No, I don't do signs.
and this will have no effect on the two-family house itself.
No.
In the truck that's on the property, are you gonna have anything in it that could be hazardous? Like any
Free.
Freon or,
Well, the Freons today are not hazardous,
okay?
okay? The only thing that you could classify as hazardous is if there's an acetylene torch in there used for soldering pipes. We use the smaller, what they call an MC tank, that's about this high.
Must be what, all right. Okay. Does anyone else have any questions?
Is it completely built or is still under construction?
Yes,
Still under construction?
yes, sir.
So this is a new build?
Yes, it is, sir.
It's a detached garage, right?
I'm sorry?
Detached garage. So garage is separate garage.
It's separate,
Attached.
yes.
So the office is gonna be above the detached garage?
Yes, sir.
And who will be using the garage?
Well, they're just gonna be for, for any kind of storage we have. I mean, we do buy air filters or, belts and, small accessories like that we buy in quantity. You just can't go to a supply house and buy one air filter every time you go on a job. So we carry a lot of air filters.
So then you will be storing equipment.
I wouldn't call it equipment, I'd call it parts.
Okay, well, you'll be storing stock,
Stock,
parts,
yes.
or,
It's a small amount, yes, sir.
where do you store that stuff right now?
In the building I'm in.
You're vacating that building?
Yes, sir.
How much stock are we talking about? Is it gonna fill the garage? Would be still room for a vehicle to park in the garage?
Oh, there'll still be room for 2 vehicles to park in the garage.
You have a bathroom in there?
There is gonna be a bathroom, yes, sir.
There's gonna be a bathroom downstairs?
Yes, sir.
So you're gonna use, you're gonna use the upstairs for the office, and you're asking for that, but downstairs is gonna be a business. Is where you're gonna keep your supplies and do your work from in a bathroom, so that thing will be all used. It's not just the office upstairs.
Well, I mean, it's gonna be some storage, yes, sir, on the garage entry level.
Maybe even a workbench down there.
We don't use workbenches.
No?
We don't bring anything back for repair. All our work is done out on the field.
Do you guys have any questions before I open it for public comment?
So the office space is gonna be above the garage, and you're going to, this detached garage will also have bathroom facilities?
Yes, sir.
Where are the bathroom facilities? In the, above the garage or on the garage
On the
level?
garage floor.
The design of this, is this design for this purpose, or, I mean, is this gonna look like all the other buildings in the area? Or is this gonna have a
gonna look
commercial
like
look
a-
to it?
2-car garage.
Well, there are two-car garages that sort of have a colonial look, and then there's some that have an industrial look.
Yeah.
Is the building plan, so the building permit to actually construct this garage was,
Front of the garage.
the building permit to construct this garage and how it would look has already been approved, because you're doing
yes.
work on it.
Yes.
So the only thing
Not
before
yet.
us is,
Not yet. Just, sorry.
the only thing before us is not how this will look in the neighborhood. That's already been approved, so
Yes.
your building permit's approved and you're building this.
Yes.
It's only to use this area to put office space upstairs. So what you're looking for is zoning to have a home business.
Yes.
Or occupation run out of your house.
Yes.
Not only that, it's going to be used as a storage, not like the purpose of parking the cars. That's what, once it is done, this will be.
Any other questions?
So it's the garage that's not built yet, the two-family home's already there?
Yes.
Okay.
So you're waiting to see if we grant the special permit before you build the garage, so that you can do everything at the same time?
The garage is being built as we speak.
Oh, okay,
It's all done,
it is.
yeah.
It's what? I'm sorry?
The
The
garage,
garage is finished.
No, it's not.
it's not?
Well, a little bit of siding on it and it's finished.
No, siding, roofing, still a lot more to go. There's no floor in there yet. Basically, it's only the shell right now, sir.
My comment is, you're gonna die up there in the summertime in that little office with that roof. You're gonna use that whole building. You're asking for more than, you're asking for a business to be put in a little 24 by 12 garage, you know? That's what you're asking for.
Anyone else have any questions? John, are you opposed to, opening up for public comment?
No.
Go for it.
Is there anyone here who'd like to open it up for public comment? Is there anyone here that would have any questions, comment? No, you don't know how lucky you are. Do you?
Just the planning board letter on it, I just wanna make sure you got that.
Would you just recite the letter for us?
Alright.
Because I have
Dear
4
Christine.
stacks of paper in front of me.
At the meeting of the West Boylston Planning Board on January 13th, the board reviewed the application. Actually, I don't know if this is a draft. I don't know if the one sent. Do you have the
Toby,
one
do you
sent?
have a planning board letter?
I've got something that says planning board on it.
Please hold.
Okay.
All right.
Take it, didn't get changed. Well,
Okay,
then you
Was it sent to the zoning board? Or was it sent to
Yeah,
Toby?
yes, no.
I'm not sure Melanie sent it out.
you know what, I'm recalling something from, oh, wait a minute, no, this is regarding something else. Yeah, I don't have it.
Alright,
So would you stand up, come up so everyone can hear you and speak into that wonderful microphone right there as you're reading it? State your name for the record and your position on the planning board for me.
Mark Frieden, Chair of the Planning Board, currently.
I'm with you.
All right, at the meeting of the West Boylston Planning Board on January 13th, 2016, the board reviewed the application to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special permit for the zoning bylaw to operate a home occupation above the existing garage at the property. Section 3.5 of the zoning bylaw clearly allows a home occupation use as long as the owner is in compliance with the conditions noted in 3.5 point B. If these are not met, the variance application is needed. Special permit does not provide evidence of compliance with the following items of 3.5B. Item 2 provides limits on a sign. No proposed sign was submitted, and I guess that's true still.
Right.
Compliance with item 3 is not possible because the proposed business use is not described in the petition. I think that was just, you're sort of getting that out now. But the petition does not include delineation of the area of the residence in the proposed office to show compliance with the limit of 25% of the floor area as required in item 4. I don't know exactly how that will work out because it's not really part of the other building. Yeah, it's attached. So I don't know how that applies, to tell you the truth, exactly. If a parking space for a non-resident is required, it must meet the 10-foot side yard setback requirements of the zoning bylaw, section 5.2.B.2C. There are no draft, the next item, number 5, there is no draft wording of the declaration of covenants that is required under item 9. So I don't have that right, I don't have the bylaw in front of me to flesh it out.
What was the bylaw you cited?
9.
3.5.
3.5, and then sections of that.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this proposal. If you have need further clarification, please contact me or one of our members at your convenience.
Oh, good, we have you here to contact.
But I need the rest of the bylaw
So-
to see. I think 2 of them you got fleshed out. Parking spaces kind of worked out because there isn't a,
Is-
there's no customer parking needed.
No.
Then number 3, I don't know, it seems to say 25% of the floor area is required, it can be for the business, but I don't know how that works out with the separate structure. So,
Well, I would,
I mean, if you mix
I
them all
would
together.
posit that if you, if this was a detached garage but had like a pass-through, you would take the total area and,
Of the residence and the thing together, I mean, is the garage a monster, or is it just a fraction?
24 by 24.
24 by 24.
And what's the rest of the structure, the two-family house?
Uh,
I mean, is it 4 times that, I guess is the point? If it's
no, it's not 4 times that.
No, 3 times?
No.
Because 3 times you'd be at 25%.
I don't think I have anything that,
No, it doesn't have the dimensions of the structure or the building.
I don't have anything that gives.
And it's 2 stories?
well, it depends on how you count it, I suppose.
Yeah.
Is the office itself, looks like that's going to be 12, from this design, the office is going to be 12 feet by,
24.
Okay, so it's half the top?
Pardon?
It's half of the top of the garage?
Yes, yes.
Like a softbox kind of idea?
Well, it's a
8.
truss roof, I guess.
Okay,
that's what
so
they
you're
call
just
it.
in the middle, all right.
Right, yes,
if the garage is 24, so the garage is 24 by 24?
yes, sir,
And then the office is going to be 12 by 24?
yes, sir.
So
I
there
suppose
you go.
one of the math questions here is,
But then it's a third.
but does the garage count?
Does the garage count, and then do you have to compare it to the rest of the structure too, like all of the area in the whole property? As if they were really connected, it was all one structure. You know, you take all of the area and then it,
Who wrote this bylaw?
I don't know, probably the planning board at some point.
So, since you asked in your letter if we had
Yes.
any questions, my question to the planning board would be, how did the planning board envision these calculations?
Well,
If
I think the problem was the petition does not include delineation of the area that is residence, but now that you're talking to the applicant, it looks like the whole upstairs is the business part. That whole top, second floor of the garage. So now you have a 12 by 24 section that's the business. And then if, I mean, to get out of it and say it's okay, I compare that to the whole residential house, which I'm assuming is at least 4 times bigger than 12 by 24. You know, so you could say, all right, now that he's defined what's the business use and the residence use, I think you can say you're in compliance because the house has got to be bigger than 12 by 24.
Oh, it is.
4 times 12 times
Right.
24.
But the bylaw is talking specifically about the dwelling, which means the house.
That's what I mean.
So the garage, if the garage was attached to the house, that would be a whole different.
Sticking it together.
But now it's a separate entity from the house.
Yeah, but it's,
Okay.
but there is no I mean, you can't say you can live in it,
Right.
you know? I mean, it
Put
doesn't,
an accessory apartment in it, I mean, you know.
but it's not. It's just got a bathroom.
Just kidding.
So, I mean, I think the wisest thing to do would be mix it all together and say you're okay, because he's not, I don't know, putting storage in here and then opening up the first half of the rest of the building as his business too. He's just over here. And you own the rest of the building?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that's staying residential?
Yes.
So I think you're
Should we
okay
count
with
the
the 25%.
floor of the garage?
Hmm?
Should we count the floor of the garage?
Is it finished, the garage?
Finished as,
Like, is there wallboard on the walls and considered a
no, it's, all it's gonna be is just
just
insulated.
studs? or
Just
insulated?
studs and insulated.
I mean, it's like a basement of a house that you wouldn't count in your living space. I'm trying to get it to work out.
No, my point is, it's not going to be used as a garage. It's going to be used as a storage
For the, well, okay.
for the business. So the purpose of the garage is not there. The tenants are not going to use that as a garage.
But are you gonna consider that
So
office
entire thing
space?
is, yeah, entire thing is going to be in
So
business.
hold on, I'm confused, because that isn't what I heard just a second ago. You're planning on parking your vehicles in there, correct? You're planning on using that?
Yes.
Okay, because it's not just gonna be loaded with merchandise, he's planning on parking 2 vehicles in it. So he is using the downstairs.
Yeah, but if the vehicles are parked, how can anybody could store?
Renters parking there, or your
I-
business, the
no.
renters parking there, or the
No, they won't be
business?
packing in there, no, not the renters.
Not the renters, okay.
No.
But it's not office space. I mean, it's a rough one. If you wanna call it just unfinished space, then it doesn't count to anything, you know? But if you wanna call it all business space, he's got a 24 by 24 business space and a 12 by 24 business space, and the rest of it's residential. You still might, I mean, depending on the size of the house, you still might be in the 25%. You know?
So, in your assessment of the bylaw, if somebody wanted, take the garage out of the equation, if you just wanted to build a small office on your piece of property,
In your house,
well,
make it a section of your house,
but in this case, we have something that's detached.
right?
So,
Which is,
if I stick at the end of my driveway a small structure that's less than 25% of the size of my house,
I don't think you're allowed to do it. But okay, keep going.
well, that's my point. Then not allowed, I wouldn't be allowed to do that.
The garage was existing, right?
No,
No,
Oh, no?
no, the garage is
New altogether.
in construction now, yes.
He had a permit, the building impact, it was approved, didn't need to come to the ZBA, didn't need special zoning.
Right,
so
he's just asking
allowed-
for the business part.
Right, he's allowed to build that
Right,
without any, we have no oversight on that.
so that's done.
Yes, that's done.
So
That's
this,
not
I
in
mean,
question.
so then I would say the special permit part is how you want to delineate the area, because he's not allowed to take the whole property, and you couldn't say the whole thing's gonna be your business. That's
Right.
what the bylaw is trying to prevent.
that's
know.
that's what my point is.
So,
So the thing is, if he parks 2 cars, then no problem. But
or if he
he's
says that's
going-
part of the residence, and he says anybody can use it
residents
for
are
their
not-
storage.
Residents are not using that garage. So this is going to be his own words, one vehicle. And he will be storing all the supplies over there. So then it becomes another storage place. It's not a garage, it's a storage place.
Well, okay, so we go
So
that
how do
way.
how do we take it, tell me?
Well, then you say, okay, the whole thing's the business,
Yeah,
but
whole
now you
thing
have
is
to
a
say, that, it sounds like the intent was to say that they can't take the whole property in single residence, open a business that takes over the entire structure and makes it all business. And he's
Yeah.
not doing that. So,
So
I mean,
the zoning is a general residence zoning.
Right.
So are we going to do a business
But
over
I think
there?
it's single. But you're allowed to. You're allowed to have a
Allowed to
business.
It's a
have
general
that.
residence.
You're allowed to do that to about 25% of the property. They just want to prevent you from making the whole thing your business, you know?
That's what I'm asking.
And, I mean, I don't know. You're the ZBA, so you can waive strict compliance,
That's-
came up.
The way that this garage is built, it doesn't it's not going to affect the people that live in the two-family home, correct? I mean, as far as
Correct.
parking.
It's not, no,
Whatever.
no, it's
In
not.
other
they
words,
still
they're not
have
gonna
that
have
part
to
of
move
the
their car
property.
for you to get to
No.
the garage or anything.
No, no, sir.
See, the other thing that's kind of confusing to me, I mean, I don't know, the way that we got this thing from, the form from the building inspector, it says that, that under the above cited bylaw, home occupancy only allowed via special permit by the board. But then it says, the proposed use is to renovate a habitable attic space in a residential 2-car garage on the property. See, to me, when I first read that, I thought the garage was already there, and that they were, you just wanted to take the attic and put this office in there. So, to me, that was kind of confusing, because now I find out that, first of all, the garage was never there to begin with.
Right, we had some confusion when we were reading it over too, but it was sort of, the same thing, it was neither here nor there, because there was already a building permit, it was only about the business. So we didn't know for certain, but.
And the other thing too is because the bylaw specifically talks about the dwelling. And to me, the dwelling means house. you know? I mean, that's basically what they're talking about, but this isn't the house, because it's not, the garage is not even
Well,
attached to the house.
If it had existed completely before, I mean, like, say he finished building the thing, and it was there, and it was somebody's, I don't know, rec room or something like that at some point, and then he came back and said, you know, I don't want it to be the rec room, I want to use it for my business. Now it's a different story, because it used to be habitable space. It was a rec room, you know? I mean, that's one way you could look at it, and that way you have the total area, and now you're taking away 12 by 24. It looks like, I don't have the dimensions of the house, but it looks like that would be under the 25% limit. But in any
So you're
event,
saying either way, it would still,
I think it'd still work. I mean, I don't have the dimensions to say definitely 25%, but the other thing is that his intent is not to turn the whole place into a business, you know?
no, I think that point has been made. All right, so,
Just so that you know that the special permit for a home occupancy will terminate upon the sale of the property.
Yes, I know that, sir.
So if you sold the house,
Right,
you
yes.
know, you'd have to give it, or if the use allowed by the special permit, in other words, the bookkeeping office there, if that has ceased for a period of 1 year, the permit is
Right.
no
Yes, sir.
longer allowed.
Yeah,
And you'd have to notify the building inspector within 30 days of the sale or the transfer, okay? Then you'll have to file on the subject property a declaration of covenants at the Worcester County Registry of Deeds, and that'll state that the right to the home occupancy has allowed by this special permit shall cease upon transfer of the title, and you must provide a time-stamped copy of the recorded declaration to the Board of Appeals.
That was the last item in the letter. There's no wording for the declaration of covenant that is required under that. I don't know if did you write anything up or get anything?
Don't lie.
He doesn't have to have one?
He does,
Oh, okay.
he does.
but,
But there is none right now.
yeah,
Okay. All right.
you are correct. All right. And then there's no one here to speak on, you're very lucky, because no one showed up to talk about it.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second?
No, still,
So he,
Yeah,
no,
any more
he's
questions?
allowed to make a move. So we have a motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
He seconded.
I second. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All you have to do is say, yes or no. Public hearing, close or open?
Yes.
Yes, closed. Yes, closed. John?
Yes.
Yes, okay, that was simple. Thank you. If you want to step back, you are relieved you will not shout any questions out to you in the audience. I won't, at least.
Thank you, Chairman of the Planning
So
Board.
John, you're in deep thought, so tell me what you're thinking over there.
I just, if he parks car, I have no problem.
Mm-hmm.
But if he didn't park and if it make it as a storage, then it becomes a business.
What? So do you believe the bylaw needs to change though? So put, it's not him, it's the bylaw.
I just don't think this is a dwelling.
But it's not.
But, Dave, could you repeat that? Could you repeat that? What you just said? That's what I was just ruminating on as to whether or not this, looking at the bylaw.
I went back and forth with this, and one thing I thought was, if tomorrow we went to sell it, like I put a shed on my property, I don't know, 5 years ago.
I can make it as a bedroom.
No, but as I put a shed, I got a permit, I put a shed. I go to sell the property, it's a detached shed, it's a good size, but no, trust me, we had to get a permit.
Must be a big shed.
No, anything over a certain square feet, if he go to sell that property, that's part of the property sale, it's not its own separate. So I know it's detached, but there are several things in this town that have the same, like one on my street, he's running a business out of his house. They went up there 4 times. He still has 3 drives. I mean,
The thing is, if it's only one room on the top,
Right.
record keeping, they have no issue.
mhm.
But all the refrigerant and all. Then it is a loss. It's a business. It's a business.
Toby, can I have a vote sheet?
It's right here.
Oh, they're all up there.
Okay. So are we,
Okay, so
I'm prepared. Do you want to read this out?
authorize a special permit for construction of a one-room office above the two-car garage unattached of a two-family home at 38 Central Street in West Boylston, Mass.
I vote yes.
No,
No.
No.
It doesn't really matter, but I'm still ruminating on it.
Okay. Take your time.
You can start circulating the vote sheet since my vote isn't going to matter. It's already 3-2. What, you, Porter? Wow, we all voted.
Can you be applying for variance or whatever else in another way? Did you guys get?
Yes, so I
Well,
would
there's
say
a-
this is,
you're- when you apply, don't you have to wait a certain period of time?
no, I don't have that in front of me. What's the time period?
Doesn't say anything about a time period.
So it can be, we can waive it, we can give him the opportunity to come back in front of the board after the property is built.
I think there's,
I'm trying to think of where
I
it
think
is.
there's a rule that says, when you apply for a special permit, if it's denied, you cannot reapply for a certain period of time. Because came up with
If-
Lost
oh,
Oak.
Yes, and it was 5 years.
It's something like that, I don't remember what it is, but
I need the thing.
Special permit.
I've never done it.
What's the time frame that they can reapply?
Special permit variance
Sure,
89.
depends on what.
Yeah,
89.
I don't see anything.
page 89?
You might be able to reapply.
No, my problem is, he's going to store it as a storage. That's the problem. If he uses the top one alone, I have no problem.
The variance is a much higher standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, variance, you have to prove, it's the topographical limitation, I mean, the economic, to overcome variance is much
So-
harder.
So my answer to this is, I'm gonna get rid of this now. So at this time, we'll follow up with you on,
Variance.
we'll follow up with you if there's a time period. If you're looking to reapply, there was a mention for a variance instead after the garage has been built, what the time frame is. We'll follow up with you. Toby will reach out to you and let you know what that time frame is, if there is one. Okay? Who has the vote sheet?
He didn't vote yet. Didn't say anything.
Okay, so it's, can I have that? So, yeah, we're waiting on John. He's thinking about it.
I was reading that. That's okay.
No.
Said no.
All right, so there were 4 votes no, 1 vote yes. So the special permit did not pass,
So did John vote no?
but John voted no.
All right.
We wanted to give this
Take it.
suspense. You can, if you work really hard, one day you can get a pen like this. All right,
I don't want to work that hard.
I don't,
Thank you.
Kristen, I don't like the way we voted. I don't like going down the line. I don't know if you people mind it, but I think we should vote all at once. If there's a no or a yes in there, we'll hear it and we'll re-vote. But I don't like it one at a time going down. You can be influenced by it.
All right. The next vote, we won't do that. Everyone will say their vote. Sound
Okay.
good?
Sounds good to me.
I started with the vote, though, to make everyone feel better. All right, 8:15. Next, we're a little behind. Discussion at Afra Terrace with the Board of Trustees.
I know, again.
I don't know.
Where it is.
Property Management
Does it make
Company?
any sense?
So I'm Andrea from Marine Property Management.
Okay. Sorry, your name wasn't on here, so I was looking. So do you want to step forward up right here? Is it both of you or just one of you?
Karen is
You're on the board, okay.
So just state your name.
Andrea Austin from Marine Property Management.
So this is in regards to outstanding as-built plans.
Correct.
That's the only item that I have on here.
Yep.
So do you want to just give us a little information?
So we were at the meeting a few months back, and the builder has not yet submitted as-built plans, so we're here to follow up and find out if they have been submitted at this time.
So based on me reaching out, I do not believe we have a complete set of as-built plans. I've reached out to other boards to confirm this. I know Mr. Ali is here, and he's carrying something. So can you come forward too, because I'm gonna ask you some questions as well.
Sure.
Do you have completed as-built plans that you're ready to give to our board for review? Or
Yes.
are things outstanding?
There's nothing outstanding in it.
Yes.
I have a complete set of
changed,
as-bills.
Hold on a moment.
Go ahead.
I have a complete set of as-bills for Afra Terrace here. As per my engineer, I'm all completely done as per the as-bills are concerned.
Okay.
Meanwhile, conservation had asked about the detention ponds, if they are adequate. So I have a letter from the engineer saying that it's not, the capacity is equal or more for the detention pond capacity. I have a letter from them, which I have forwarded copies to all the boards, and I have a copy of as-bills here.
Toby's, can you put it into record that you're accepting these? These will also go to the town boards. Do you have those in electronic form so that we can just?
I had emailed to
Okay,
most of the board, most of the departments. If you want it, again, I can do that.
okay.
Are these the same plans that you submitted to the Conservation Commission?
This was, incomplete. This was the complete set.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, this is a completed set. Have you sent this to,
Now, I'm going to give it to the conservation. It's not been given to conservation yet.
Okay. So with that said, we're gonna accept these, we're gonna circulate them throughout the boards, and then follow up with you on if there's anything outstanding, if there's something incomplete on them. I'll follow up with both parties so that you're both aware of anything that's found on this. Once it's confirmed and everyone agrees that they are finalized as-built plans, can receive a copy of them.
Okay.
I can put you on the agenda for our next meeting,
Okay.
if at that time you want us to give you a follow-up at that meeting. Does
That would
that
be
sound
great.
good?
I do have one question. So when he submitted them, is there a town engineer that will review them and confirm everything that's on
the
them?
Conservation Commission will, they have two
Okay.
engineers on that board.
Okay.
And because they're the ones that have been asking for this for 2 years now. And so they're the ones that are gonna review it.
Okay.
And they're the ones that will either say yay or nay.
Perfect.
They're filed, once the town clerk receives them, you can go look at them anytime.
Okay.
The clerk's office is open, so don't feel you need to wait on somebody else. Once those land in the town clerk's office,
Typically, how long does that take?
they should get there tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay.
You do not have a copy of them?
I can send you a copy.
Oh, that'd be great. Okay. I do not, but he said he'll send them, so.
Okay. So Toby, you can make sure those get to the town clerk tomorrow?
Well, what they'll stamp them, but I mean, we're gonna need to keep one. Can they keep one? Are these both
Those are
the
both
same?
ours, he's gonna send one to them
I'll send it to
separately.
them. don't worry.
Yep.
Yeah, I wasn't saying
Town
that,
clerk to keep.
yeah, no, I wasn't saying that they would be given out from the town clerk, but they would be accessible to be viewed at the clerk's office.
Okay,
If it's filed with the town clerk has to let people look at it.
Right, so what I'm saying is, though, that we need another copy for the town clerk to keep, if
There
we're
are two
keeping
copies here.
these.
There are two copies. One will town clerk will have, one you can have it.
Okay.
so that, we don't need an extra one, because the town clerk's gonna have one, and then you'll have one for our records.
Okay.
Okay, and Toby, can you just mark down that they will be at our next hearing, and why don't we establish, it's the third Thursday of the month, which would be the 18th of February, I will be away. Yes. So the 18th of February will be our next meeting.
I don't think we should let Christina get away with that.
Mr. Benson will be acting chair for that meeting. I will be not present,
You better not be going someplace nice.
always.
Vacation.
Right.
We may have 2 public hearings at that one. So will we have enough people? We have
Yes,
those other 2
yes,
people that
yes.
weren't.
Yes,
Have
we-
it on 11.
Can we put it off to the 25th?
What's going on the 18th?
2 public hearings that we couldn't put on tonight because we had too many. And so they've got to be on the next one.
I'm gonna be here on the 25th.
You want 11th?
The 25th of February?
25th, okay?
Yes.
February?
So we'll be on the 25th?
25th of
So I can't
February.
check my calendar, but I think that's fine.
You and mine.
That's why I didn't text you, my phone died.
All right, so the 25th
Yeah.
will be our next meeting. Toby, can you make sure the town website is up to date and Kim is, the town clerk is aware?
Hopefully we have a meeting. Last time there was a change in Thursday and there was no one here except 2 of us.
So the, so I showed up and the camera crew showed up and no one else showed up.
When was
They
that?
showed up last Thursday.
It was originally supposed to be last Thursday, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, because I was
So-
thinking I needed to show up last Thursday, and then I
changed
got some email. and
Yes.
oh.
All right, so with that, we will see you. Mr. Ali, you're available, I'm guessing. You have nothing else to do. All right. Thank you very much for
Thank
coming
you.
in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is, what time is this? No. Are you excused? No.
Thank you.
I know. So you have a question? So Mr. Ali is asking, about the amended restated decision. It has been circulated through the board. I believe there's one person who hasn't. Did you just receive your copy tonight?
Actually, since I got here late, I haven't seen the copy, but
It was generated in email, so by this week, I will have everyone's final. I want to make sure everyone has a chance to comment on it. So far, I haven't received any, but I want to make sure you review it.
I can't imagine that I have any, I mean, it's been reviewed.
It's been reviewed by town
Just in case there's
council.
something bizarre in there, but I can't imagine what I could conceivably add to it.
Okay, so we'll take a look at it and we'll follow up with you.
But
No, it's Thursday.
does everyone has to sign the permit or just the chairperson to do?
From what I heard, I think it was everyone had to sign it.
Everybody has to sign it.
So everybody has to get together next week.
No, it doesn't have to be done at a public hearing.
No, somebody has to come to the town.
Yeah, just come and sign it downstairs. So I think there's a few people that have, so there's only a few people left, so they can come into the town hall whenever and sign.
Okay.
All right?
I will
Okay,
be,
thank you.
Available next Wednesday to stop by
Yeah.
town hall,
Okay,
so I will be in town that day.
that sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice
Thank you.
evening. All right, next order of business, mail paperwork. Toby, do you have anything for us that you need us to review?
Yes.
Have you solved AFib yet? You cured it?
Yeah, there is.
Are you just
one-
hanging on to the curd, you know, so that you can, you know,
It's
keep
a
it?
very potential, but the problem is, we use adenovirus.
Yep,
Adenovirus.
Because I
We are-
did not
the-
find.
I put it in, the town administrator's box.
We are using pig.
Oh, so I
And
asked
the pig
Nancy.
model.
Yeah, because he's the one,
Bigger, quick.
he's the one that sent it to her.
So,
It said,
and the adenovirus
I remember
can
seeing the
only
note.
act for 15
he
days.
wanted Christina to sign it.
So.
Where do
we
you need it to be
have a
signed here?
good-
Yeah, I need a
Yeah,
signature
and
on
it does
here,
work.
and then
But
I think
we
the
have to
bill
go to
itself
the
has
human
to be
study.
signed.
So this was, there was,
All sorts
But I
of
could have double checked
problems.
that against
That's
the
why we want to
last
go to
one.
adeno
and
associated.
see-
because this was paid, Ali agreed to pay
less problem.
the overage for,
How long would it be before you get into
VHB.
human
I have a
trials?
question for you.
They won't allow us.
Do we know, how do we find out what
Because it
these
has
two
the second.
pays? Because it says
Yeah.
outstanding.
It
This
makes me
was-
enlarging
Well, I've
hard
got to
though.
look
Because it is,
at
what
the
happened
last
is,
one
last,
and
when they
see
used the virus,
what that
people
was
get,
paid for.
some of
Then I can go to the
In-
accounting
not in this,
office
but
and
different
find out,
human.
Boy, that's a bad
they
side
can tell me
effect.
what's been paid.
Okay.
I don't know if dimes
But I
is
have
really a
to-
side effect, that's kind of a,
Immediately they
So
closed it.
I'll have to ask Nancy if
So
she's
that's
got
why
it.
we are trying to get into
All right.
the adeno associated.
so I'll give this back to you. I just wanna make sure that Ali is paying the additional $3,000, because he went over by 3,000. Ali agreed in one of the emails to pay
Also,
that.
the problem is,
Okay.
we cannot.
Is there
go
anything
back on the
else
person.
for us?
This one here, this was
And they go
about
for the
that,
surgery.
accessory
problems you can
apartment.
put it in.
Oh, yes, I got that.
She did submit the,
see, that you have to do the surgery in order to do
Yeah.
this.
So we all have to sign
You're
it,
cracking open
Okay.
the, yeah.
and then you have to give that back to her. She has to
So
take
that's
it
a
to the
problem.
registry of
That
deeds.
is,
Get it
heart
stamped,
patients, we
time
can.
And bring it back to
and
us.
bring it back
Just
to
for the
us.
trial.
So what's gonna be passed around is, the declaration of covenants for 34 Pheasant Hill Run. She did submit it, so I have it right here.
32.
32, here's the decision.
Thank you, Rush.
Is it good?
This,
I changed a few things, but.
I wanna make sure these decisions go online.
uh-huh.
Karen will,
I don't think so, now. I looked at the other towns, they don't put it online.
there was a request to have them online so that they're searchable because records here are not stored online, so,
I think-
speaking to
Yeah,
the,
they'll talk about that, because none other towns has it online. We can store it in our ZBA database, or ZBA hard drive, separate hard drive.
so we'll talk about that
Yeah,
offline.
That's, yeah.
Privacy concerns with
this
addresses and numbers.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
All
a
right.
good point.
that's a good, so, hold off.
Declaration of
This was
covenants
a
for
request by one of the
Pheasant
boards,
Hill.
Okay.
What?
to house the decisions online. The decisions are public record though, so that kinda confuses me on why we,
I know that,
When's the next meeting, the 22nd?
25th of February.
We started with
right,
18.
I'm not sure exactly what the rules are here.
yeah,
I think that we should just be a little careful before you.
it would just be your address.
Is it decision only one sign? Decision.
Okay, do you,
Decision.
is that signed?
Yeah,
Yeah. again,
whenever
Do
we've
you
done it
have
in the
it
past, the
signed?
chair has just signed. I'm sorry, you're asking for what? The declaration of covenant's been signed by
You
everyone.
signed it, okay,
Everyone
good.
signed it.
All right, meeting minutes for 12/17. I know they've been sent out, read, reviewed. I have one correction, Toby. Is that it? It's a very generic one. It's
Well, I get like a dramatic entrance in this.
second paragraph,
Mr. Benson arrived.
1, 2, 3. The fourth sentence up on the second paragraph,
First page.
first page.
Okay.
It says, and a final set PF plans, it should state of plans. It was very, very generic.
Is the P next to the O on the keyboard?
Yeah, oh,
Yes.
I've got one.
No, that's, okay.
P next to.
I move that we approve the minutes for December 17, 2015 with the correction.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
If there's no other information, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh my God!
So is this a recent thing that they?
That's a record.
Jesus.
No,